we're back.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Welcome in, Panda. I don't understand the appeal of this whole watch streak. Like, I appreciate that people are watching regularly. Like, it's cool. I appreciate that you think this here regularly for. But the way Twitch is pushing it, and it's like, oh hey, you didn't watch the last stream somebody did. That deserves a notification and a reminder that you need to watch the VOD so you don't lose your watch streak. And I'm like, no. No, I'm not doing that. If I wasn't there, I wasn't there. I'm doing alright, Panda. How are you doing? Alright, it's bold of them to just say out in the open that the Queen isn't ruling. Oh, look at that frame rate, dog. Honestly, like, what does it really matter? You're here when you can be, and that's the appreciation. Like I say with the, in regards to really anything. Let's say in regards to stuff like the, like the streaming yourself or just being available, like, real life happens. Can't be there for something. Don't worry about it too much. At the end of the day, this is just a distraction. Like, if you were desperate to see, like, what was going on in the game, you have the archive for that. It's the VODs that stay up for a while and everything. It's like, there's options there, but if you genuinely just can't be here for the interaction, there'll be another time. Probably. Happy birthday, Panda. In honor of your birthday, we're going to do more of the thing we were doing it. Sure you don't mean looks, because she got her titties out. Got her titties out on display, and it's quite striking. You know, we saw quite a bit of the Queen's chest last session, and I didn't notice a birthmark. So I don't think that man's telling the truth. Queen Ming's been ruling for 1,000 years? She's immortal? Huh. I thunk it.
You handled your role well.
So, my performance was acceptable?
Yes, Your Highness. We should now be able to achieve our objective. Let them loose and follow them to the truth.
And what will we gain from this exercise?
When we have proof they work for the enemy, we'll lock them up again. They'll give us excellent leverage in negotiations with Ura, and beyond the negotiations, we stand to gain information about Grand Staff.
Grand Staff?
Ura has built a gigantic magic engine called Grand Staff, and we suspect they're plotting something. Right now, Ura poses a terrible threat to the entire world.
A threat?
Our intel has confirmed that the tragedy at Wool Highlands is connected in some way to Grand Staff. If we continue to allow Ura to run rampant, that tragedy could be repeated again at any time. The authorities in our military have voted unanimously to seize Ura as a preventative measure.
You plan to start a war?
The White Boa is already being converted into a battle flagship, and we've begun assembling troops and arms. This action is for the sake of the entire world.
I won't allow it.
While your Majesty may have other ideas, the people will surely approve these safety measures. In this present magic industrial revolution, your Majesty's isolationist policy is pushing the nation to its limit.
National isolation promotes peace.
This new regime must be created for the sake of world peace. We shall spread your Majesty's teachings using our nation's military might.
You think military force can avert violence?
Would you rather see a meteor fall on Numara? If that were to happen, the people who so adore you would be reduced to ashes in an instant. No, the Grand Staff should not be in the hands of those simple-minded fools in Ura. We Numarans should control it. Then we can use it to maintain peace all over the world. Numara would become the most powerful, peace-loving country
You're doing
in
a
the
lot of
world.
weird breathing.
War is inevitable, Your Majesty. Figureheads. They should just keep quiet, play their role, and smile. Someone get in here! Now!
Anyway. You're tired walking helps recharge you. Doesn't make a lot of sense. What are you looking at? Spent a lot of time looking back at that guy. Oh, we're at full health. Curious. So it looks like a peaceful state, but it's really a military state? Yeah. Digital Foundry Retro had a video a few years ago on like the evolution of water in games. It was kind of interesting, the rendering techniques and such. The water in Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, kind of crazy. Shimmer effect on it was and probably the best thing about Super Mario Sunshine is the way it rendered. God knows it ain't the gameplay. What stuff? Everybody is equipped with new stuff, right? Look out, build that flame ring. Osmosis probably won't be a bad idea. But that'd be the kind of thing I'd want to probably equip on Jam. But that's a double-edged sword. I hope I don't get arrested for stealing all this stuff. Don't mind me, I'm just a room inspector, inspecting for contraband. These definitely contraband, I'll have to confiscate them. Sticky tape, yep, absolutely contraband. Children, yep, contraband, I'll have to take your child. Probably just for later. Alright. Healing herbs, definitely a good thing. So... Nope, I don't need to stay. Thank you. I won't be staying here. Ah, yes, the hotel does a free breakfast. For some reason, they don't require you to actually check in to have the free. Child has a tail. Yeah, have you not seen me talking to everybody? What's going on with this frame rate? Thank you. Yeah, it sure looks nice. A little too white for me. Affluence is a good one. Forest. Forest. Crimson Forest. Crimson Forest? What's going on with this frame? Fine yesterday. In this direction. Or town. I would like to find a weapon shop. Yeah, let's see if they sell weapons. And a new sword. Accessories, you say? Oh, it sounds kind of normal for a store to have like a staff only. If you're not gonna sell me anything, then I guess I'm not after anything. Who are you? Hog. Well, we did a good deed. Yeah, that's some good looking water effect. I feel like with so many games these days having anime aesthetics, really kind of refreshing to see a game that has a different approach. Sorry? Character designs in this are closer to photorealistic. Not quite there. Crowded. Oh, hey, a shop. Yep. Well, it's good to know that there are shops where I can buy magic if I do miss them. A new sword. I'm trying to quite talk to you. Weird thing to say to us. Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen. The ramparts will fall to the enemy. It is just a matter of time. They will mount their attack at dawn. The main body of the Allied forces has already drawn far back from the front. Only the mercenaries are left behind the barricade. Orders, defeat it to the death. These men who have gone from battlefield to battlefield know exactly what that means. Just left us here to die, chuckles one called Shaun. They want us to buy time so the main force can pull farther back. We're supposed to be their shields, performing our final service for our employers. His dry, papery laugh shakes the darkness. Time says nothing in reply. Other mercenaries must be gathered there around them in the blackness. All keep their thoughts to themselves. Mercenaries have nothing to say to each other on the battlefield. Might be on opposite sides in the next battle. A time like this especially. They have to defend the barricade against the enemy's withering attack. Can't spare the time to even look at each other's faces. Kaim knows nothing about this fighter called Toma. His voice sounds young. Probably has very little experience as a mercenary. If a man grows talkative in the face of death, deep down somewhere he has a weakness that prevents him from becoming a mercenary with even a hint of such weakness can never cheat death and live to see another day. It's the law of the battlefield. Men like Tom will only learn that law in the moment before he loses his life. We're done for. I'll be dead in the morning. I'll have that silent homecoming they talk about. And it. In the darkness, no voice rises sentiment. Too late for talk like this. If they chose the mercenaries' path was by find themselves. Sell their lives for a little money. They prolong their lives a day at a time by taking the lives of one enemy after another. That's what a mercenary is. Nothing more, nothing less. Hey. Anybody hear me? How many of us are here? We're all gonna die together. We'll just be a line of corpses in the morning. Don't shut up now. Answer me. No one says a thing. Their voices, the silent darkness begins to fill with a tangible sound. Wordlessly to gather on the battlefield, wordlessly to fight the enemy, and just as wordlessly to die. Is the rule of the mercenary. Aesthetic of the mercenary. Such an expression may be permitted. Toma has taken upon himself to abandon that aesthetic. It was hopeless from the start. Headquarters didn't know what they were doing. There's no way a strategy like that could work. You know what I'm talking about, don't you guys? You had to lose. It's a total mess. What the hell, I joined the other side. Then we could have gotten a mountain of cash for winning. We could have drunk ourselves blind. We could have had all the women we wanted. We could have gone either way on this one, but I picked the wrong side to fight on. Hey, you! All the voice booms out of the darkness, and yeah, what? Just told me, his voice more vibrant now, having at last found someone willing to talk to him. As if to crush his momentary enthusiasm, the other man goes on. How about shutting up for a while? You really want to run off at the mouth that much? Can send you to the next world a step ahead of the rest of us. I'm sorry. Instantly dejected, Toma falls silent and the darkness goes still again. Stillness is charged, however, with a deep tension. Far deeper even than before Toma started talking. Veteran warriors know. Watch out for talkative men. Being talkative means trusting in words. Too much. Words are useless on the battlefield. Take up your weapon in silence, you steal yourself in silence, you fight in silence, you kill the enemy or he kills you. All the mercenaries here have lived this way. All but the talkative one. A soldier who clings too desperately to words may cling just as desperately to something else. Sweet trap of betrayal, perhaps. Or the seduction of desertion under fire, or the lure of madness. Kaim has often seen pitiful mercenaries who, unable to endure the terror of being surrounded by the enemy, go berserk and attack men from their own side. Will Toma prove to be another such case? The possibility is great, and no doubt other men are thinking the same thing too. In stillness, they turn the same gazes towards Toma that are reserved for confrontations with the enemy, looking for any signs of change in his demeanour. The moment they perceive the slightest threat in him, the blade will soundlessly pierce the heart at the side of his chest. Silence continues. Even the usual all-night cries of insects can be heard last night. Perhaps the insects knew enough to clear out in advance of the enemy's dawn attack. Thought reminds Kaim that he saw no birds in the area yesterday either. Although animals came to snatch food when the men first built this fortification, no sign of them for several days now. Animals have mysterious powers of foreknowledge humans have lost. It becomes painfully obvious from any visit to a battlefield. There can be little doubt that animals have turned their backs on this barricade. Right now, in some distant forest, a huge flock of blackbirds may be taking wing in search of human corpses. Peacetime, boys. I already know somehow. The sun is fully up, the battle will be over. If they don't get here first, they'll lose the feast to a flock from another forest. The black bodies hidden against the night sky, those birds are probably off flying for all they're worth. A voice in the night. Toma's voice. Weeping. Listen, you guys. I don't know how many of you are out there, but we're all going to die in the morning. Most of us. Maybe one or two of us will live to escape no more. Think about it, those are lousy odds. Been through this before. You're veterans, war heroes, you're probably not scared. But even so, even if you're not scared, don't you think this is stupid? Huh? Tell me. We've been through a lot more battles than I have, so tell me, what the hell are we here for? We don't hate the enemy, don't all leaders on our side or anything. We've got to kill the enemy and follow our leader's orders, and we're still going to end up dead. Tell me, you guys, don't you think it's pointless? Think it's stupid? The only response to Toma is the impatient click of a tongue. Darkness followed by someone else's sigh of annoyance. Can't take it any longer, says Toma. I hate this. Now he's sobbing. All I wanted was some money and maybe something better to eat and maybe nicer clothes. Been happy with that. A mistake I made, making work like this. I never should have done it. Kaim keeps all his senses open for movement in the night. Aside from himself and Toma, 5 other soldiers are crouching down in the darkness. Not bad. All are experienced warriors. They would not have been able to put up with Toma's whining otherwise. If they let themselves get angry and started shouting at him, or grabbing him by the throat, or wailing away at him, just end up consuming their energy and their strength before their work started at dawn. If this is an assemblage of men who know how to keep their silence, the chances for life are that much greater, assuming that is, a talkative, weeping man does not become too great a burden to them. Still sobbing, Toma continues to curse his fate. Suddenly, something is different. Something stirs in the silence. Could be bad, Kaim thinks, sharpening his attentiveness. Dawn breaks, Toma will get in our way. Because of him, the possibility for life will... Mercenaries know that, and because they know it, they might do whatever it takes to secure themselves, even the slightest added chance to live. I don't want to die here, I tell you. Not here, not now. A worthless dog. You guys all feel the same way, don't you? Moonlight shines down from a rift in the clouds. For a split second, Toma's tear-stained face appears in the darkness. He's even younger than Kaim imagined from the sound of his voice. Practically a boy. The clouds hide the moon again, and thick black darkness holds everything once. Dull light stirs in the depth of the darkness. Without a word, Kaim darts, wind-like, towards it. He's able to gauge the distance between himself and Toma during the flash of moonlight. Kaim grabs Toma's arm. Something hard falls to the ground. dull light flashes again, this time at their feet, melts again into the darkness. A knife. Driven by the fear of death, someone was trying to slit his own throat. Toma twists away and tries to free his arm from Kaim's grasp. Kaim chops him in the solar plexus. Without uttering a sound, Toma passes out. Toma slung across his back, Kaim strides through the darkness. Eventually, Toma wakes and thrashes his legs to get loose. Stop it! Let me go! Kaim lowers him to the ground. Every once in a while, the moon comes out. Check your direction when that happens. Go straight toward the setting moon, Kaim says gently. The hell are you talking about? The only way you can get out of here. Kaim has chosen the thinnest part of the enemy's encirclement. Of course, there's no guarantee that getting through here will save him. Now on, someone will have to believe in his own luck and abilities. You coming too? Toma asks. No, I'm going back. You escape alone. Why? You come too. Let's both escape. Come with me. Toma clings to Kaim's arm as he pleads with him, but Kaim gives him a hard slack on the cheek. The flesh of that cheek is too soft to belong to a veteran warrior. It's the flesh of a boy, a kid. You go alone. Why? Live, that's why. What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You run away with me, you don't want to die, do you? Want to live? No, Kaim has no great desire to live. He lives because there is nothing else he can do. He lives because he has to. Toma is far too young, his own burden of life far too fragile for him to know the pain of life. Live to fight. Mercenaries do. But get the hell out of here. Ruining it for the rest of us. You guys will never win this battle, so why not run away? It's our job to fight. With that, Kaim turns on his heels and starts walking back the way they came. Toma stands there, watching Kaim move away. A moment later, he himself darts into the western forest. Fight. Kaim cannot Kaim cannot know which holds out the greater promise for life. He also believes it's better not to know. Except, make it, boy, he mutters, walking on. The eastern sky is beginning to brighten little by little. Soon the enemy's all-out attack will begin. In the western forest, a few birds take to the air. Perhaps it means a small-scale battle has started in the darkness, or that the young mercenary has been felled with his back to the enemy. Kaim does not look back or break his stride. He feels certain he's seen a talkative mercenary before. Before the war broke out, the boy was selling fruit in the market along the highway. He was a good boy, took good care of his mother, the women at the market were saying. With a long, full life, Kaim wishes for the boy. He himself walks on, glaring at the light. Anyway. Oh, there's that kid again. Oh, hello. I wonder what these seeds will eventually get me. Making out with you. Thomas's recommendation from. Alright, thank you. Really have a goal right now, so I'll head back there. Thank you. Ah, here's the weapons. Pull up that. Definitely have to be aware of that. Let's give this a shot. I want to take the poison ring off Seth, right? Sword. So when it says none in stock, what it means is it's not counting the ones that I have equipped. It's like I know for a fact I have a yellow band, but it's currently time he's learning the ability. I feel like that is a bad representation. And as I gain more equipment, I'm going to have to remember specific stuff like that. I was hoping you'd have some poison stones. Those two are both used. I would like more some of this. Can't sell the base weapons. Come back here, do a little bit of a cash grind. Spent so much money on items, didn't realize it was going to be a weapon shop that I'd be able to get to. They weren't there before. Really, another one? That's from Clem. Once there was a woman who came from a foreign land to marry into an old family. Her husband was from a tiny village in the mountains, but he was working in a thriving harbour town abroad when he met and fell in love with her. The time he asked her to marry him, his father in his home country had collapsed and died. Being the eldest son in his family, the young man had no choice but to return to his homeland, taking her with him, of course. Her name was Mina. This was not a name used by the women of his homeland. Indeed, her name was not the only thing about her that was different. The color of her skin, hair, and eyes, and the language she spoke were all different. Had the young man's hometown been a harbour city where people of many different lands crossed paths, there would have been nothing unusual about it. In such places, there were any number of homes that welcomed foreign men and women into the family, generation after generation. This is about as deep into the country as you can get, the young man told Kaim, sighing on the night he made Myrna his wife. Kaim had rushed here all the way from the harbour town in the far country to attend the wedding. Banquet, the young man had given Kaim a look, and the two had slipped away from the festivities, standing in the garden looking up at the night sky. When the eldest son marries, the wishes are of no importance. What matters is family. Two families negotiate the engagement and a bride is chosen who is acceptable to the groom's parents. That's how it was with my parents, and my grandparents did the same. I know what you mean, said Kaim with a nod. Judging from the formal wedding ceremony, it is easy to imagine the highly conservative nature of the area. Just as easy to imagine the relatives would not welcome Mina into the family. Alex. Oh god, it is letters from Cliff. Kaim said to the young man. Yes, the young man answered, looking up at the sky. You're the only one who can protect Mina, you know. You know that, Kaim. Mina is a wonderful girl. You know that too, of course. Three were good friends. Kaim and Alex had worked together offloading ships at the same pier. And also together they had often gone to the neighbourhood where Mina worked in an outdoor stall. Even now, Kaim retains the bittersweet memory of Alex and Mina struggling to communicate in each other's languages. You know, Kaim, Alex said that night under the sky. I think you sensed it too. Mina was drawn less to me than to... Kaim cut him short. Never mind, he said with a pained smile. Of course, Kaim knew how Mina felt. If he had responded to her feelings, she and Alex would not have been married here today. Kaim held back. Instead, he had urged Alex to pursue his love for Mina and help the two come face to face. He felt no regrets about having played the part of an unlikely Cupid for them. Destined to continue his ever-ending journey, Kaim was unable to love Mina in return. One of Alex's uncles stepped out of the house drunk. Hey Alex, what are you doing out here? He growled. The groom can't be absent from the reception. Sure, I'll be right there, Alex said, turning towards him. Kaim tapped him on the shoulder. Make Mina happy. Leave it to me, he answered with a smile. Come on, said the uncle. Hurry up, the groom's supposed to sit there the whole time. The entire family is here and we're going to drink the night away. He grabbed Alex's hand and dragged him back into the house. Man was all smiles with Alex, but when he glanced at Kaim, his borderline polite smile could not disguise the gleam. Trust in his eye for an outsider. Kaim was sure he had noticed that gleam, perhaps not as openly displayed in his eyes that lighted on Mina. That was the kind of village to which Mina had come as a bride. Better make her happy, Alex. Kaim called out again towards his friend receding form. Counting on you. Now the uncle had his arm around Alex's shoulders. noisily monopolizing his nephew's attention. Alex never heard those words. You know, Teak, I don't think there is, but you never know. They've covered a fairly wide variety of topics so far, and they haven't really ever repeated. Though, I suppose the recurring theme is Keim's interactions with mortals. So maybe it's less about food poisoning that he received, so much as him guiding another person through their first bout of food poisoning. It was 3 months later when Alex came to visit Keim at work on the pier. I'm in town on a buying trip, so I thought I'd stop by to say hello, Alex announced. Judging from the fatigue evident on his friend's face, Keim had a pretty good idea of the real reason for his coming here. Casually as possible, Keim asked, "How is Mina doing?" With a feeble smile, Alex replied, "After the wedding, things happened." Mina had been accepted as neither a member of the family nor as a resident of the village. There were too many differences in daily customs and culture. One thing that had made Mina too different for the tiny village was the brown colour of her skin. If only she could speak with people. Mina is trying her best to learn our language, but my mother and the other relatives make no attempt to learn hers. Not so much as a good morning or a thank you. They insist it's up to the daughter-in-law to do all the adapting. Still, Mina was working hard to draw closer to Alex's family and birthplace. Be the first one out to the fields in the morning, work without a break until the sun went down, and do sewing until late at night. She tried to talk to people in the local dialect that Alex had taught her, using gestures and body language. Apologised profusely with abject smiles whenever she failed to understand what they were saying. Keim could easily imagine Mina going through these exertions, which made Alex's report all the more painful to him. You should come visit us now and then, Keim. Mina would love to see you too. Keim responded vaguely with a silent nod. Alex added, "I want you to come and cheer her up." He said nothing in reply. "What's wrong, Keim? Are you angry?" "Not going to visit." "Why not?" "Promise me you'd make her happy, remember? We agreed you're the only one who can do that." "Still, sorry, I haven't got time for this. I have to get the ship loaded before it sails at sunset." With curt dismissal, Keim turned away and continued working. Alex stared at him from behind, looking frustrated and confused. Keim could feel his friend's gaze on his back. Because he could feel it, he kept working without another backward glance. Eventually, Alex gave up and left. Neither man spoke words of farewell. A year after the wedding, Mina gave birth to a son. The boy had brown skin like his mother. Just started crawling when Alex visited Keim again. "Talk of a divorce," Alex said. "There's nothing wrong with our relationship. Mina and I love each other, that's for certain. My mother and the relatives say there's no way they can accept a brown-skinned child as the family heir. His existence supposedly harms the marriage prospects of my younger brother and sister too. Want us to send the baby to Mina's family. It's gone that far." Alex had lost a great deal of weight, obviously living with much pain every day, trapped as he was between family and Mina. None of this made sense to Keim. However trapped Alex might be, as long as he was firm on what was important to him, there could only be one answer to his family's demands. He should be able to arrive at it without anguish or confusion. "I know how strong you are," Alex sighed, speaking to Keim's back as Keim went on hoisting huge spine-snapping crates in silence. Longshoremen here were well paid for handling crates on their own, loads that it would take 3 ordinary men to lift. Daily wage was calculated by the number of loads each man lifted, so asking for help would result in a pay cut. For this reason, Keim and the others never complained or asked for help. Would even would lift even the heaviest loads by themselves. Alex had been like that too. Someone nearby asked him, "You gonna be okay with that?" Would be all the more determined to do it on his own. Fine, fine, he would smile, gritting his teeth. Load, load. He would lift the giant load. But Alex was not like that anymore. Starting to think that maybe in the long run, tying Mina down to a life in my village is just going to make her unhappy. My relatives say they'll support Mina and the baby, so it's not as if I'd been abandoning her or chasing her away. It's just that for both our sakes, starting a new life. Having finished piling crates on the deck, Kime turned towards Alex for the first time, looking down at Alex on the pier. You're alright with that? Huh? If you're convinced it's the right thing, then go ahead and do it. Not for me to interfere. Alex's features distorted under the impact of Kime's words. Kime said nothing more, but went back to work. His anger and frustration were reaching to the boiling point. Alex had no idea that Mina had been writing to Kime on occasion since shortly after the wedding, about the hardship she had been facing in the home of her husband's family. She had not said a word. Instead, she would spell out how happy her current life was and declare repeatedly how much Alex loved her. Always the letters would end like this. I'm sure you too must be living happily, Kime. This was why Alex's report of the situation at home had filled him with such intense frustration. He had never answered Mina's letters. He felt certain that if he were to write to her, whether with words of encouragement or comfort, or even playing along with sad lies, something important that gave her spiritual support would snap into. Come see the baby, Kime, Alex pleaded. Mina would be thrilled if you'd do that. Instead of responding to Alex, Kime called out to him from on deck. See that crate over there? Can you lift it? The crate near Alex was of the same size and weight as the one that Kime had just loaded onto the ship. In the old days, Alex would not have hesitated to carry it up onto the ship, every muscle in his body shuddering. However, Kime gave Alex gave Kime one timid glance, smiling to hide his embarrassment, said, "Not me." Kime said nothing more. He felt strongly that their long friendship had come to an end. Though in fact for Kime, whose life would go on throughout all eternity, it had been nothing more than a momentary acquaintance. Kime has been on his endless journey ever since. Now and then he thinks back to those bygone days. Both Alex and Mina long ago came to dwell among his distant memories. The kind of memories that revive with a deep sense of bitterness. They are there to this day. Alex made his third trip to see Kime a year after the baby was born. Having wasted away to a mere shadow of his former self, Alex stared vacantly at Kime, and his voice lacked all intonation as he announced Mina's death. She had killed herself. Hanged herself in the barn. Kime was amazed at his own detachment as in Alex's words. And his letters had stopped coming several months earlier. Either she no longer needed to spin those sad little lies about being accepted in by Alex's family, townsfolk, or she had lost the strength to invent them anymore. In effect, it was the latter Kime was learning now. To the very end, she could not make anyone accept her. Mother, my family, town, Alex said tearfully. She was all alone, finally, to the very end. Without a word, Kime punched Alex in the face. Alex seemed to know and accept the fact that the punch would be coming. He did nothing to resist or defend himself. Fist hit him full on and sent him sprawling in the road. Why? Kime demanded to know. Why did you say she was all alone? Alex righted himself, smashed him in the face again. Alex began coughing violently and uncontrollably, spat up a glob of blood, a broken back tooth out with it. Kime knew well enough that Alex had been suffering too. He'd been engaged in a desperate struggle to do something about being trapped between family and wife. Otherwise, he would never have wasted away so dramatically from the brawny young man he used to be. As well as he knew this, however, Kime could not forgive him. He promised. Given his word, he would make Mina happy. He would protect her. Kime could never forgive Alex for failing to make good on his oath. Wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, Alex dragged himself to his feet. "I know how strong you are," he said to Kime, once had before. This time his words took on a far sadder tone. "I tell you this, Kime. Mother and my relatives and the others, their way of looking at things is not completely crazy. Live in peace and quiet in the country. You have to follow the country's special rule. It just so happens that one of those rules was not to accept a bride like Mina. I was born and raised in that village, and I know the village code all too well. Why I've been in such pain all these months. Weakling, I suppose. In your eyes, I'm probably too weak for you to want to spit on me. So laugh at me. Hit me. Despise me if you want to. Come on, hit me again." Alex thrust his face at Kime for more punishment, and Kime threw another punch. This one landed squarely on his nose and may have broken it. Alex crumpled to his knees. Blood that gushed from his nose was blacker than the blood from his mouth. Alex looked up at Kime with a smile of self-derision. "Mina should have been with you, I think. If she'd married you and not some weakling like me, she'd still be alive." A wordless, strangled cry of rage. Kime lunged at Alex, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him to his feet. Another punch, and still another. Kime was not planning to stop punching Alex. Now, though, with Kime's hand still fastened to the front of his shirt, Alex looked straight at Kime for the first time since coming to the dock. "Why didn't you ever answer Mina's letters? All she was hoping for, a letter from you." So he knew. Alex knew everything. It's terrible out there in the country. Anybody who wants to find out who wrote letters and who got them. Everybody out there is like family, everybody but Mina, that is. If Alex had wanted to, he could have quashed Mina's letters easily. Then not one of her sad little lies would have reached Kime. Instead, Alex had read the letters, resealed the envelopes, sent them to Kime one after another. He'd internalized Mina's sad little lies and started looking for Kime's answers even before she did. Kime stopped his fist in midair and asked, "How could I have possibly answered her?" "Why not?" Alex retorted. He knew how trapped she was feeling. He must have known how much encouragement one word from you could have given her. You were Mina's husband. Yes, that's true, but you were always the one deepest in her heart. I knew that, and because I knew it, there was only one thing I could do. No, that couldn't be. Astounded, Kime lowered his fist as Alex said to him, "I wrote to her. Pretended it was you, and I wrote to her. Letter after letter. Strong, I told her. Keep your spirits up. I'll come to see you too, soon. Too strong, Kime, so you can't understand the feelings of weak people. I don't have that problem. I'm weak. Understood how a weakling like Mina felt." Alex cried, the blood streaming from his... "There's one thing I don't know, though, Kime. I don't know whether Mina actually believed the letters I wrote were from you. Whether she knew I was doing and pretended to. I wonder, was my life in the village so painful to her that she couldn't go on living there without pretending to believe?" Kime made no attempt to answer Alex's question. Slowly, he let the strength go out of his fist and released his grip on Alex's shoulder. Alex drew a step back from him, took another step, putting distance between them before his final revelation. "There's one letter, just one, that I didn't send to you. 3 months ago, the first letter in which Mina begged you for help. Said she wanted to run away and asked you to come and save her as soon as possible. Rescue her and the baby." It was the letter Alex threw away. Posing as Kime, wrote a two-word answer. Strong. The day after she read the letter from Alex, Mina hung herself to the bar. Kime stood rooted to the spot, crestfallen. This left him momentarily defenseless. Alex shot his fist at Kime's solar plexus, and though his feeble blow could hardly be called a punch, the pain it inflicted might have been greater for Alex's own fist than Kime's superbly conditioned. What an idiot I was. Be strong. Words might have meant something to somebody like you. To burden a weak person like Mina with them? No, they could only break and crush. Alex gave another tearful, self-disparaging smile and thrust his face towards Kime. So hit me. I don't give a damn. Hit me all you want. Beat the hell out of me. Let me ask you this, Kime. If I had sent the last letter to you, would you have finally answered that one? Would you have been able to accept Mina in all her weakness? Kime did not know how to answer this question, nor did he raise a clenched fist. So ended the story of Kime and Alex. Alex turned and walked away, but Kime could not bring himself to call out to him. He simply stood there, drained of all emotion, and watched him go. Alex did, however, turn to face Kime again. He had put enough distance between them. Kime could barely make out his voice. "I can tell you this much, Kime," he shouted. "I'm going to raise that boy of mine. Make him into a man of my village. I may have been too weak to be a husband, but as a father I'll do better. I'll make him happy." Kime returned his words with a silent nod. Alex allowed the hint of a smile to show on his badly swollen face, then turned on his heels once more and strode away. Kime never saw Alex again. Every now and then, Kime remembers Alex and Mina as he proceeds on his endlessly long journey. When he thinks back on what he himself was like in those days, wanting only to be strong in all things, memory is a bitter one. If only he had been the person he is today. Present-day Kime would not have rejected him. Now he can accept the fact, sometimes with a pained smile, sometimes with genuine heartbreak. Everyone is weak. If only he could begin his journey again. Mina might not have had to die. This is no more than a hopeless dream. He meets them only once, gone forever, the mortal ones without eternal life. This is what makes them all the more dear to him. This is what makes his breast burn. Where now that he has failed to love human weakness throughout his battles and his wanderings, Kime turns his step towards Alex's own village. Alex himself, of course, is long since dead, but Alex's descendants, he can tell at a glance. They have brown skin. Brown-skinned youths are the ones in charge of the village festival. Brown-skinned old women teach girls how to floral decorations. Brown-skinned children and those who are not brown play together in all innocence, free of care. Perhaps this can compromise a tiny epilogue to the story of Alex, Kime, and Mina. The graves of Alex and Mina lie side by side atop a low, windswept hill. Kime picks flowers from the field and offers them at the doomed couple's graves before returning to the road. What is human strength after all? Kime still does not know the answer to this. This is why again today his journey. Really kills the throat doing this. You know what? I want to see about that kid who lost a dog before we go down to a new area. Where were they? Was it here? Was it this kid? You? I guess I don't know who it was. There's a mana capsule. Stores more MP. Yeah. Healing medicine, healing herb, healing potion. Hello. Oh, this is a conversation I can't move from. An odd thing to do. Like, a stranger walks into the house and you're like, boy, I sure wish somebody would get me stuff from the forest. It's like, yeah, boy, that would be great, wouldn't it? While you're just rifling through their drawers and stealing the life savings. I wish somebody could help you with that. Makes me think of Da Vinci's flying machine. Anyway. There's a save point here. Probably use it. Da 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 da. The seagulls? It's a little too white for my tastes, I think. But other than that, like, it is a nice looking city. And I do like the way the water looks in this. Get a closer look at it. Especially the focus on reflections. The value of having a camera system that the player has no control over. You can craft some really strong visuals because they're always intended to only be looked at from a specific angle. And I think games generally leave a stronger visual impression that way. Kind of sad, dude. No. Like, it's undeniably better for gameplay purposes to have the player, like, have full control over the camera. But for artistic purposes, like, it's definitely... On the boat, Kime. Over there. Shop over there, Kime. I talk to you. Hello, children. Yeah, sure. Let's join the club that exclusively caters to children. It's like, I sure hope the military group that's watching us closely for any suspicious activity doesn't consider this suspicious activity. A dollar balloon and a model gondola. Okay. Bet you one of them's down here. Alright, so I'm just not going to be able to see it then. Right. I need to look for something red. Give me the damn thing. Large balloon that had no visible model. Here an apple. Like, this is 2007 on the Xbox 360. You could have rendered a fucking balloon. Oh god, another one. Brother Dale! The cry comes from behind as he wades through the post-town's crowds. First, Kime does not realise that the person is addressing him and he walks on in search of lodging. The cry comes again, all but clinging to him. Brother Dale! Brother! Big brother! 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 This is puzzling. He last visited the town 80 years ago. There cannot be anyone here who knows him. Wait, big brother! Don't go! His puzzlement begins to take on an eerie edge, for the voice addressing him as Big Brother can only belong to an old woman. Without letting his guard down, he turns slowly. Just as he thought, it is an old woman. Dressed in the clothing of a young girl, the tiny old woman is looking straight at Kime, with a bright smile on her face. I think you may have the wrong person, he says, allowing his discomfort to show. But yeah, if I saw an old woman calling me Big Brother dressed like a child, I would also be visibly uncomfortable. No, I don't, she says with a big shake of the head and an expanding smile. You're Big Brother Kime. What? What's wrong, Kime? Did you forget me? I'm a 1930s gangster now, yeah. Well, I mean, he can't place her. Even if he were to succeed in doing so, he has knows he has no acquaintances. He wonders, could this be a chance re-encounter with somebody he met once along the road? No, he's sure he doesn't recognize her. And strangest of all, why should this woman who looks old enough to be his grandmother address him as Big Brother? Don't pretend you don't know who I am, Kime. You're so mean. Yells at him loudly enough that the people in the crowd stop and stare at them. Not just the fact that she is shouting, of course. People always have to shout to be heard in these crowded streets. That alone would not attract attention. The old woman's voice is different from a normal adult yell. Like the innocent, unrestrained cry of a little girl who throws her body into the scream. People turn shocked expressions on the old woman and quickly avert their eyes. Their dismay is understandable. The old woman has her stark white hair tied up with a colourful ribbon, and her dress has the same floral pattern and floppy sleeves as a little girl's. Many of the passers-by look at the old woman with a mix of sympathy and pity on them. Gradually, Kime begins to comprehend the situation. This old woman has simply lived too long. This is why the past, locked away in her memory, has become realer to her than the reality before. Middle-aged passerby tugs on Kime's elbow. If I were you, walk away. Don't get involved with her. She'll be nothing but trouble. True, the wife by his side says, the wife by his side, nodding. You're a stranger here, so you don't know, but this old woman is senile. You can ignore her. She'll forget everything in 5 minutes. They may be right, but the fact is this old woman knows Kime's name. In the little girl part of her mind, she thinks of Kime as her big brother. Tries probing his distant memories. He spent no more than a few days here so long ago. Got to know very few people, and there can't be any of those left who still remember him. Kime goes on standing before the old woman, the nosy middle-aged couple become indignant. Try to be helpful, and what does it get you, snorts the husband. Let them work it out themselves, adds the wife. Just go. They proceed to do. Winding up her voice for maximum shrillness, the old woman calls out to them as they walk in a huff. Don't forget me now, you hear? In the instant, Kime's memory makes the connection. The old woman greets his look of recognition with an expression of joy. Remember me now? Cries, I'm Shoo Shoo. It's me, Shoo Shoo. Does remember her. Little girl he met in this town 80 years ago. Perhaps 5 or 6 years old at the time, she was a precocious little thing. Lack of shyness with strangers came from her being the daughter of an innkeeper. Somewhere along the way, she'd probably picked up a phrase she heard someone using, and so whenever a guest would depart after a number of days at the inn, instead of the standard goodbye or thank you, she would see the person off with a smile and a cheery, don't forget me now, you hear? Silly. Well, no, we didn't play 12. We played 13. Flame, nearest of all my friends. Only now, when he is suddenly able to see the girls beneath the wrinkles, Kai must avert his gaze from the old woman's face. What's wrong, big brother? He cannot bring himself to look directly at Shoo Shoo's vacant stare. 80 years have gone by. What can they talk about when a man who never ages meets a little girl from the distant past who has aged too much? Let me through here, please. Sorry, let me through here, please. Forcing his way through the crowd, a young woman rushes up to where Shoo Shoo and Kime is standing. Great grandmother, how often do I ask you not to go out without telling me? After the scolding the old woman, he turns to Kime with an apologetic bow. I'm terribly sorry if she's been a bother to you. She's old and getting senile. I hope you can forgive her. Yeah, I saw that. Like, of all the things you've got to play, Flame, you paid the price for Blood Refresh Supply. Like, I love Night Dive's work. You know that. I'm very supportive of Night Dive. Did you pre-order it? Because I know that pre-order price, that discount price only applied if you pre-purchased it, or was it like or buy it in the first week? It's a very limited thing because you can't get it now. Up, because I have fresh supply. I didn't buy refresh supply, so odd fresh refresh supply, £25. No discount. Pre-order it. Yeah, I expect that because it was kind of the same with Dark Forces remaster. That was pricier than most of Night Dive's other remasters and had no extra content. So I expect like Disney was involved in that, Warner Brothers and Atari were involved in this one. Because yeah, like I bought the Hexen pack, and then like 2 weeks later they shadow dropped Hexen and Heretic, and I got it for free. I got the Doom 2 update for free. It's like I know it's not Night Dive, but it's also like it's not Night Dive that's going to be getting most of the money for this. So I'm okay with not purchasing what should have been a free update to satisfy Warner Brothers and Atari. Maybe if Warner Brothers want to turn around and be like, "Oh yeah, Night Dive, you can remaster No One Lives Forever," I'll consider supporting that shit. But as it is now, like, nah, not at all. I'm just gonna play through the Quake stuff. So how you doing, Flame? Shushu herself, however, angrily purses her lips and demands to know, "What are you talking about? I'm just playing with Big Brother Kaim. What's wrong with that?" This accent is going everywhere. It's unbelievable. She peers at the young man and asks, "Who are you?" The young man turns with a sad gaze on Kaim and begins to apologize again. The pained smile Kaim stops him. Kaim knows that at times it can be sadder and more heartbreaking for a life to be prolonged than for it to be cut short. Sad and heartbreaking though a life may be, however, no one has the right to trample on it. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Night Dive intended Refresh Supply to be an update fix for Fresh Supply. And there's also like the weird thing of like, oh, the extra content is going to be pre-existing fan-made stuff, but also it's not available at launch, which is not Night Dive's style at all. The whole thing is just not standard for Night Dive, which immediately makes you think Atari and Warner Brothers. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to support them. Fuck them. Just can't seem to get it through her head that she's old. You want to hold a mirror up? She asks. Who's that old lady? Young man, whose name is Cash, further explains the situation to Kaim. Might forget that she ate breakfast, but her memories from childhood can be clear as a bell. Kaim nods in silent understanding. Cash and Kaim sit on a bench in the town plaza watching. She's apparently making a floral wreath for her long-lost big brother. I don't think I'm ever going to get back into Sky. So you got your new PC now, Flame? Does that mean we're going to get more Flame streams this year? Really, sir, do you have time for this? Weren't you in a hurry to get somewhere? No, I'm fine, don't worry. Thanks very much. He smiles for the first time and says, I haven't seen her this happy in ages. The young man seems convinced that his great-grandmother has encountered Kaim as a person who resembles someone she knew as a child. Kaim allows him this. He knows that Cash cannot and need not imagine the existence of a person who never ages. Yes, excellent. Now, I was thinking for you, Flame, I had thoughts of like what you can do for streams, and you were talking about like going through the history of id stuff. I had a different thought. Her health has really deteriorated lately. Whenever she runs a fever, we wonder whether this is going to be the end for her. Prepare for the worst. And she springs right back. Sometimes we joke that her mind is so far gone she's forgotten to die. Time sees the young man in profile. Ash has a gentle smile on his face as he speaks of his great-grandmother. No doubt when he was little, she used to hold him and play with him. Grown up now, Cash watches over his great-grandmother like a parent watches his own child. He calls out to her. Nice, great-grandmother. I haven't seen you weave flowers together like that for a long time. 20 gigs each. Don't worry. My plan is okay with that. Squatting in the grass with a fistful of flowers, Shushu answers. It's not true. I made a wreath for him yesterday. And she says to Kaim, isn't that right, big brother? You wore it in your hair for me, didn't you? Kaim calls back. Kaim cups his hands around his mouth and calls back to her. Certainly did. It smelled so nice. Shushu's face becomes a mass of joyful wrinkles. Overcome with emotion, Cash bows his head. So the thought I had was like, what if you did the history of console ports for FPSs? I'm really just thinking about trying to get you to play Quake 64. I'm Ask Cash. You're the one who takes care of her? Uh-huh, me and my wife, Cynthia. How about your parents, or even your grandparents? They still living? Cash shrugs and says, I'm the only other member of my family left alive. Grandparents both died in an epidemic 20 years ago. Father lost his life in the war that enveloped this area 10 years ago. His mother, Shushu's granddaughter, aged more rapidly than her own mother, and the lamp of her life was snuffed out 5 years ago. My great-grandmother has had to keep holding funerals over the years for her children and grandchildren. Well, we noticed she'd become the oldest person in town. Must be lonely living that way. I'm sure, answered Kaim. Might even be a kindness of the gods to let people fade out mentally when they've lived too long. At least that's how I've come to see it. I think she would feel lonely to be left behind that way, but she's not lonely at all. Live long means you have a lot of memories. Maybe it's not such a bad thing to live in the world of your memories during your last days of life. Yeah, there's some interesting console ports for stuff. It gets less interesting, I think, as you go forward. Like the older stuff. Like, the various ports of Doom. Well, I wouldn't suggest you play through, like, Super Nintendo Doom or, like, Doom. Or anything like that, but, like, 32X Doom, kind of interesting. Maybe Jaguar Doom, PlayStation Doom. Quake 64, Quake 2 on 64 and PS1. Hell, maybe even like the PS2 version of Deus Ex. Shushu stands up, her arms filled with flowers. Big brother Kaim, I'm going to make a floral wreath for you right now. If I have any flowers left over, I'll make one for this other person too. Kaim and Cash look at each other with bewildered smiles. Why are you smiling like that? Shushu asks. Two friends now? She opens her wrinkle-ringed eyes wide in surprise, gives the two men a joyful smile, and then collapses into the grass. My vision is augmented. It is also, you know, Daikatana on Nintendo 64. Cash starts to run for a doctor, but Kaim grabs his arm and holds him back, saying, you better stay with her. Ironically, Kaim, who can never truly know what it feels like to age, has been present for that very reason of countless deaths over the years. His experience tells him that Shushu will not recover this time. Shushu is lying on her back where she has fallen. Her armload of flowers now spread over her chest. Her face wears a smile. Wait just a moment, big brother Kaim. I'll make your wreath for you right away. Her mind is still lingering among her memories of the past. She stay like this to the very end? Keep fighting, great-grandmother. Don't let go. Cash clings to her hand. tearfully shouting encouragement, but she may not even realize that this is her own great-grandson. Me, great-grandmother, it's me, Cash. You haven't forgotten me, have you? I bathed you last night. You knew who I was then, didn't you? Cash appeals to her with all his might, but Shoo, a girlish smile on her lips, parting. Going to be a father soon, great-grandmother. Remember, I told you last night, Cynthia has a baby outside. Going to make you a great-great-grandmother. Family's going to grow, another person with your flesh and blood. Smiling, she grasps one of the flowers on a balloon thing. She thrusts it towards Cash, and in a smile no more than a whisper, she says, "Forget me now." Cash doesn't stand. Indeed, how could he know the phrase she always used to speak long before he was born? Time puts his arm around Cash's shoulder and says, "I know what you mean, great-grandmother. I won't forget you. I'll absolutely never forget you. Could I ever forget my own great-grandmother? Don't forget me now, yeah? Won't forget you, great-grandmother. Believe me. Always remember you." Forget me now, you hear? I believe that Return to Castle Wolfenstein on PS2 does have the prequel mission. Yet, I believe so. Shushu closes her eyes and lays her hand on the flowers on her chest as if groping there for something. She seems almost to be trying to open the door where the memories are sealed. Soft breeze moves over her. Flowers adorning her chest dance in the wind along with the memories. Surely among those memories, memory of time 80 years ago. Time snatches at one of the petals dancing in the wind, closing it in the palm of his hand. Shushu will never open her eyes again. She is left on a journey to a world where there is no path. The only one she has left behind are Kime, who will go on living forever, Cash, who is about to welcome a new life instantly. Clinging to her corpse, Cash raises his tears. "Thank you so much," he says to Kime the Traveller. "Thanks to you, my great-grandmother was so happy to picking flowers at the very end." "No, it wasn't thanks to me," Cash says. Closes his fist on the petal in his hand and says to Cash, "Sure, if she had made a wreath, she would have given it to your sweet new baby." Cash slyly cocks his head and mutters, "Hope you're alright." But then, smiling through his tears, he declares, "I'm sure you are." About that promise you made to her. Be good. Get her. No, of course not. People go on living as long as they remain in someone's memory. His words, and begins to walk slowly away. Behind him, he hears Shushu. "Don't forget me now, big brother Kime. Yeah?" The voice of the little girl from 80 years ago rings ever clear, sweet and innocent, declaring farewell to the man who will travel forever. Alright, I got your stuff. Yeah, what about you? Yeah, here's your proof of membership. Some trash I found. The real best starship, the Ebon Hawk. So if you were gonna do any one console port of Doom, which version would it be? Like, no, Doom. Doom 1. I'm saying, like, console version of a Doom engine game. The Brave Little Boy, Part 1. Once there was a little boy who was very brave. He was also very well behaved, so all of his family loved him very much. In a nearby mountain, there was an evil monster who liked to cause trouble for the people in town, ruining their crops and kidnapping their children. He was strong, his fangs were sharp, and his body was covered with tough scales, so none of the soldiers in the land were strong enough to defeat him. You know, I'd be very surprised if it does. If anything, I'd imagine it probably has less. One day, the brave little boy saw how distressed the townspeople were. "Why is everyone crying?" he asked his mother. "Evil monster kidnapped the princess," she answered. "Why was the princess kidnapped?" the boy asked. "The monster liked little children and beautiful princesses the most because their meat is soft and succulent, and fear salts the meat." I mean, the Resident Evil series in weird ports stops very quickly. Because, like, yeah, there's RE1 on the Saturn, and then you'd consider, like, RE2 on the N64. And then that's kind of it. It's like, oh, what about RE3 on Dreamcast? Like, it's really just the same game. You just get access to all the costume at the start of the game. And an exclusive costume, but other than that, it's the same thing. RE4 on Zebo, you know what? RE4 on iPod Touch. Right, if that's where we're gonna go, do it, you coward. Nobody knows what a Zebo is. Listen, that's not a port. It's not a port. Okay, like you're really just being like, let's just play Resident Evil on weird things. Yeah. Revelations 2 on the Vita. "Why isn't anybody helping the princess?" the boy asked. The mother answered, "The soldiers tried to rescue her, but they were all killed by the monster. The monster was one of the strongest in the land. Even with every soldier in town banded together to fight him, he just opened his enormous mouth and swallowed them all up at once." "But mother," the boy exclaimed, "doesn't he have any weaknesses?" "The monster has no scales on the tip of his tail," the mother said. "So when you touch it, they say it pains him terribly." RE4 on Quest is pretty neat. It is mostly the same game, there's a couple of like little caveats here and there. Dealing with Ashley is worse. Like, it's undeniably the worst part of it. Like, it goes from being like surprisingly well handled in standard RE4 to the worst part of the game. And the majority of my deaths in the 2 playthroughs I've done have been because Ashley is a shit. There's like, when you play it on console, because you've got the third-person view, you know she's behind you when you're running, and you assume that's still the same in RE4 VR. And it mostly is. And then when she stops for whatever reason, you don't notice until you turn around. Infuriating. On the other side, like, everything else about the game is way easier. But the monster is crafty, and he never shows his tail to anyone. He keeps his enemy in front of him. On hearing that from his mother, the brave little boy had a brilliant idea. To be continued next week. The Brave Little Boy, Part 2. Sneaking out of town one day, the brave little boy was spotted by his friend, the little bird. Where are you going? The monster ahead is dangerous. That's exactly what I need your help with. You go to the other side of the mountain and peck the monster on the head for me. You're small and you can do it while flying. The bird perched on the little boy's shoulder. Alright, you're my friend, so I'll help you. The boy and the bird climbed the mountain. The bones of the monster's victims were scattered across the mountainside, and the monster's fearsome bellow grew louder and louder. Here I go, said the bird. As it took off, the boy collected some sharp, pointy stones and put them in his pocket. As he approached the mountaintop, the boy saw the gigantic monster. Sat still and waited until, from the other side of the mountain, he saw the bird shoot down like an arrow and peck the monster's head with its beak. Monster, surprised, turned around and tried to swallow the impertinent little bird. Just then, the boy lunged at the monster's exposed tail and drove his sharp stone deep into the soft flesh of the beast. Monster fled about in pain, but the boy held onto his tail, refusing to let go. One by one, he plunged all of the sharp stones from his pocket into the monster's tail. Eventually, it proved to be too much for the mighty beast, and with a mighty thump, fell to the ground. The brave little boy found the kidnapped princess and returned home to his mother. The brave little boy married the princess, and his bird friend was awarded all the bread crusts he could eat. They all lived happily ever after. The end. Nobody questioned why a boy and the princess got married instead of, like, waiting until they were older. It was kind of weird. I find anything strange to take it. Alright, cool. I found like 400 gold in your purse. You know, count this as something strange, and it's mine now. Yeah, RE4 VR's neat. It's a lot of fun to play because RE4 is just generally fun. The conversion's pretty well done. The most, like, standout things are when they've decided that, oh, this thing to do with Ashley is kind of gross in the original, and so we've censored it. And it's like, one, okay. Characters just can't be characters anymore. Like, they've cut out Luis's line about ballistics, which, like, okay, it's part of his character that is a little bit of a creep there, but okay. But also, the edit they've done to that cutscene is really bad. So you notice it immediately. There's also the thing of, like, your hands that you've got disappear if they go anywhere near Ashley. which is weird, and I understand why they've done it, but it doesn't happen when you put your hands near anyone else, which is why I regularly caress the merchant's face. But there's also the thing, like, it's kind of impossible not to notice that your hands disappear when they go near Ashley. Because if you start a chapter and Ashley is with you in that chapter, she stands so goddamn close to you. Like, you turn around and she's just there, like... Like, back up. Imagine his back carrying all those shit. I'm not saying I pat them out. You know, that's also a thing of, like, these people know that the Queen is immortal. Why is this a thing that Kime needs to be secretive about? Or has spent his life being... Like, do people just generally know about immortals or not? But yeah, like, there's positives and negatives. I think the inventory system is a little weaker than OGRE4. Because, like, in OGRE4, if your inventory is full and you pick up something, you then immediately go into your inventory and you can do some shuffling around with it. So, like, say you're trying to pick up a yellow herb, you can, like, pick it up. Oh, your inventory is full. Just immediately put it on top of another herb and combine it. Can't do that in RE4 VR. If there isn't enough space in your inventory for something, it says inventory is full and will not let you pick it up. Like, that's a weaker aspect, sure. Like, you then have to organize your inventory about it. I think, though, RE4 VR is one of the best cases of the best games in VR are games that existed as their own games before being converted to VR. I want to read more. Leave me alone. This isn't Chance's stream, I don't read shit. Ah. But yeah, like, RE4 VR works really well. I played through the 7th Guest VR, which, like, I feel like whenever I mention the 7th Guest, nobody knows what I'm talking about. Because nobody remembers a time when these CD-ROM games were a big fucking deal. But I feel like, Flame, you will know what I'm talking about with the 7th Guest. Like, it's not even a niche game. It's not obscure. It was a big deal when it came out. In, like, 1992. When did the 7th Guest come? (1993). But yeah, that worked pretty well in VR, though they did redo a lot of stuff to accommodate the VR transition. But again, it was a pre-existing game. that was very heavily entirely focused around puzzles. So it worked pretty well. And there's stuff like the Team Beef ports, stuff like Doom, Quake 2, Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy, pre-existing games, and they are all just more fun. Half-Life in VR is really fun. Yeah, I do generally think the best VR games are games that already existed, have been converted to VR. I would love to like see a port of some kind of Metroid Prime to VR at some point. That'd be super cool. But it's probably not going to happen. The crazy thing is, like, theoretically, it was close to happening, I guess. There was a fork of Dolt being made with VR in mind. Presumably because, like, you can very reasonably consider the idea of motion controls to, like, VR controllers, because they are motion controllers. Oh, I'm going. You can't stop me. And it's a shame that kind of fell through. No. How many bloody exits is there in this place? It really is a city. I've kind of given up at the minute with the idea of streaming VR stuff. But this music has inspired me to try again. It's me, Clem, but I'm on my way to a high school bowling match. I am the coach, and with the coaching, not bowling. I dozed off while typing that and hit send early. So I assume instead of actually coaching, you're going to be watching the stream. Like a good buddy. We found a dream earlier, one of the 1,000 Years of Dreams, specifically about a guy named Alex. Yeah, no, I've kind of given up at the minute with the idea of stream. Something to consider at another point, perhaps. But for the minute, like, yeah. I don't have any reason to be here. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Yeah, I think, like, the main reasons I'd want to stream VR stuff at the moment would be, like, RE4 VR, like, show that off. Arkham Shadow, Superhero Sundays. That'd be a tricky one, because that's that game can be a workout. Like, do that for, like, the length of a stream. Tricky. Oh, am I going to new places? We can go with the Crimson Forest, but I don't... No, it's not that I'm lost, it's that I don't have an objective at the minute. Possibly just leave the town and head back to Ura. Yeah, like, aside from that, I'm not entirely sure like, what there is that I'd be overly bothered about doing in VR. There's, I suppose there's, like, the possibility of an interest in, like, a Resident Evil 2 remake stream in VR. Slim, no!
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
That didn't work. Yeah, because RE2 in VR was kind of fun. I didn't spend much time on it, though. RE2 making VR. Maybe Iron Man VR? The Superhero Sundays, but I don't know. And I'd still have to work out, like, how I'm gonna read chat in VR. And have to figure out all the other technically. So the possibility of me streaming VR stuff is still kind of a ways away. What's in this direction? Well, you know what? Let's go to the Crimson Forest.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
I don't know how we're gonna get back to Ura. I think we're on, like, a different continent. Different landmass. Wow, this place looks way more evil than it did a second ago. And looking at it, it's like, oh, why did they call this the Crimson Forest? And we get in there and it's like, oh. I see. That feels like a bad idea. I'll do it again, though. Gosh. 2 hours into the stream, we're getting into a battle. I want to do some money grab. Really? These things? Oh, these are different, apparently. Yeah, we'll do some money grinding anyway. Wow, these are definitely stronger. On, Jensen. There's the damage. Does the back row affect magic damage as well? Because I wouldn't have thought that it would. Because, you know, that's not how it works in Final Fantasy. They have mages? Ooh, oh, a lot of health. Should have probably paid attention to that. Okay, she's clearly inflicted with a status effect, but it doesn't seem to have visually done anything to. Is it the Lost Odyssey equivalent of Toad? Right. Might as well learn that, and it's not a bad thing to learn in this area. But yeah, if that's the Lost Odyssey equivalent to Toad or Imp, I'm really disappointed that there's no visual indicator. To demonstrate that you're afflicted with it. Because, like, the PS1 Final Fantasy games had a visual indicator that you were afflicted with Toad. I think even 9 had something for it.
This does not look good!
So for this game on a more powerful system to not is kind of disappointing. That's a lot of enemies. There we go. Uh-oh. Because right now with stuff like this and like the slow spell being called slower, it's kind of feeling like the Final Fantasy equivalent of Bloodstained. In that these are legally distinct but the same thing. Why did that suddenly just jump to the front of the turn queue? Oh, level up. Let's give Kime... Oh, where's the other one? Apprentice earrings. Cutting down the number of skill slots magic takes is just... We do have enough money to go back and buy a sword for Seth. Steel sword for Seth. But we wouldn't have enough to get the new staff. I would like to have that. Plus the new accessories that are in the shop, so let's keep going. What the fuck is that? Not normal. Crystal fragment. They look dangerous. Yep. Definitely dangerous. A full party poison attack? Alright. Worth remembering that Seth will do more damage to these things physically than magically. I expected the defense to be higher.
I am the greatest.
Let's get out of here. We'll go and get that new sword for Seth, and then we'll work out exactly how much money I want. Look at it, we're on a different continent. Don't know where we're planning to go. First off, let's stop off at the end. 150 guild for a night. Guild. Good. Wonder if a new staff will actually increase Jansen's magical ability. It looked like it only said power. Yeah, it just says attack, which, looking at the number there, would suggest physical, which I'm basically never using Jansen for physical. Those. And what's the quick bit of math? $810. I want 2,020 gold total. Alright, 220. 2020. 2020. Alright. The ability system here for Immortals is kind of interesting. It's kind of like the Final Fantasy IX ability system. Slot things in and out as they become relevant and useful. like just do a little bit of ability grinding and get stuff like immunity to poison, immunity to Kellalon, and like then we're fine in this area. We have an ad coming up, so we're gonna run this ad break, and we'll be right back with more Lost Odyssey.
Your words are as empty as your soul.
Yeah, probably. Anyway. We're back. Anyway. Run around in circles. Down, down, down. There's probably gonna be a boss in this forest. Remember, we won 2020. Here, our lives all went wrong. Stream has disconnected. Probably because I spoke about 2020. There we go, we've reconnected. So I think we all learned a valuable lesson. Don't talk about 2020 or they'll disconnect your stream. I don't like that Seth is using the same kind of sword as Kain. Like, I accept that she'd probably know how to use it. But given that her sword that she started with was a very different style, I would think that she'd prefer to use that style. Something shorter. Yeah, because that sword is visibly so much longer than the one she was using. Like, swords aren't just interchangeable like that.
Only the strong survive.
I could proceed through the forest and, like, go back after. Yeah, let's do that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Everybody focus on one. I feel like poison's probably not going to do a whole lot of... Probably not going to have a whole lot of use in this area. So I'll probably want to swap that off Seth twice. Swap that ring off,
This does not look good!
Right. Alright, somebody wants to learn anti-poison. I think it should be Seth to begin with. Because while Seth's learning that, Kaim can learn anti-Kellalon. Anyway. I didn't want to go this way. I did actually just want. Something going on? Oh, am I not supposed to be going through the Crimson Forest? Boy, it would have been probably productive to know that before 2 stays at the end. Going back to the Crimson Forest, though. Can't stop me. Disc 1. Find me, I'm just out on my morning jog through the haunted forest where all the battles took place 500 years ago and where all those people died.
Man, getting old real quick.
Ugh, why? Ah. Go for a tea break. Not dead, Jensen. No. Hit them again. These two are stood right next to each other, so if any attack, like any focus, was gonna hit two enemies at once, it should be here. Really, I appreciate that.
You know, it's tough being so popular.
Well. Excellent. Possibly of value to get the anti-sleep one as well. What are we doing so far? Almost there for our money goal. 9 SP so far on both. Jansen hasn't. Ideally, one more run around will give us enough cash. Yeah, you did, Ninja. But what they have to solve it? How are these all front row? Look at these. Bit of a headache? Awesome. Welcome to 2026. Okay. This is just like the forest of status ailments, it seems. So what do you think of your 2026 sound alert, Ninja? Look, you can't be both asleep and paralyzed. Just not fair. Wasn't what you were thinking it would be? What were you thinking it would be, Ninja? I think everybody's this year are kind of chill except Clem's. Vigilos suicide mission. Yeah, I think everyone's this year's are kind of chill except Clem's. Of course I did.
I am the greatest.
Bearing in mind that, like, because the theme this year is RPGs, like, everybody needed an RPG sound. And it's like, with you, that really limits us to Mass Effect or Dragon Age. I also try not to have overlapping series. I don't like having like multiple sound alerts for mods from the same series.
This does not look good.
Oh, hey. So, like, so far, the mods we've seen... I think we've seen everybody Simon now. So look forward to seeing Signers, like, when he turns up once this year. I can make fun of him because he's a personal friend. Yours is Mass Effect. Teeks is Chrono Trigger, again, of course. Clem's is Final Fantasy VII. Bane's is Breath of Fire 4. And Chance's is Digital Devil Saga. Wait, no, I remember what Signers is. And it is Final Fantasy. But it's fine because it's a Final Fantasy none of you have played. Kind of damage you want to see more of. Alright, it's wind based, so throw a rock at it. At the minute, I'm just grinding for a little cash. I want to buy everything that's in the shop.
I am the greatest.
We might be done now, actually. Level 3 black magic. Yeah, we've got enough money now. I only needed 2020. Yeah, I saw you were playing some... Did I see you were playing? Did I see you bought it? I might have seen that you bought it. Hey, welcome in, Razikiel. Alright, learn level 3 black magic. Not played it yet, but you have purchased it. You know, I've really enjoyed it. Never finished it? I've also never finished it. Currently, this is the furthest I've ever played it. Yeah, at some point I do want to go back to Terminator Resistance and do the DLC. I also need to do, RoboCop Rogue City, which I did buy and didn't really gel with. But I need to go back to it. And start Disc 2, so you're further than I am. We're still on Disc 1. I don't have enough to sleep at the inn and buy everything I was looking at. Going back to the forest, Ninja. This is what you've done. Your fault. Shadows of Rose. I have that, and I've still not played it. I'll be honest though, I am kind of tempted to do another playthrough of RE Village with the third-person mode. Yeah, the 1,000 Years of Dreams is good with that. Like, definitely give them credit. The writer they hired clearly earned his pay.
Oh yeah, let's get it on.
Oh boy. Wait a minute, I'm fully healed. I didn't need to come back into the forest. Oh. I can't believe you've done this. You attack that, you attack that. You also attack that? It could be time. Oh, now you do the critical? Yeah, I've played plenty of games that I just don't remember anything of. I've played games on stream and then come back to them to play them again on stream and be like, I don't remember this. There we go. Well, we got the money we're after.
What a waste of time.
It's almost done. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah. Is it a mecha-chrono playthrough if I'm not running into walls at some point? Yeah, here's an idea that would have interested you, Ninja. The idea of this year being a year of streams where I go back and finish the games that I didn't finish on stream, that I started but didn't finish. We're playing an Xbox One via backwards compatibility. The best feature the Xbox One has. So I'm using an Xbox Series controller because it's... Oh no. If only. If only. Now this, Blue Dragon and Infinite Undiscovery remain exclusive to the app. But at least they're on backwards compatible, so you can play them on current gen systems. It's something. So buy the staff. Circle it. Yeah, and there we go. Should be everything. And we'll then equip Jansen with his new staff. Not gotten that one yet. No. Let me check this room. Yes, that does just increase his attack strength, which is almost entirely useless for it. Anyway. There's been some good ones so far. It's curious that, like, almost all of them highlight the pain of Kaim's long life, but I suppose it's the pain you remember most of all. Let's go check out the ghost town. Yeah, I had the thought of like doing this year rather than the RPGs. Like finishing the stuff that I started on stream and didn't finish. That would have covered like the DLC for Village. Would have covered stuff like Alien Isolation, Project Zero, which is praying for you guys. Wolfenstein, The New Order, finally would have gone back and finished that. Well, a bunch of them would probably have started them again. I think I will stick with the idea of just doing RPG. Yeah. I've got a lot of variety set up for it, so that should really help. Plus, I know you really want to see me do Dragon Age Origins. Mr. Sandman. Bring me a dream. Bum 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 bum. Cutest one I've ever seen. Bum 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 bum. Oh, you know Romance Morrigan. You'll never come back to the show. Why would I pick Liliana when I know that it's pointless?
That's an unusual color for a flower.
Whoa, no kidding. Girls like flowers. Hey, mind letting me have one? Ow!
Don't pick them.
Hey, you little brat. Next time, say that before you hit someone. You got that?
Next
kid?
time, don't just barge in and try and steal a flower.
Geezer!
You dick.
Old? Oh, I'm going home.
Did you plant these flowers?
Nuh-uh. They're just flowers that grow around here. Mom says they're really rare. What are they called again?
That's a familiar.
Yeah, what he said. Mom loves these flowers. They never wilt. She says they make people happy, too. Mom feels sorry for them since they're so pretty. And people just pick them whenever they want.
You know, I bet there are lots of people out there who would pick.
You're right. It sounds like Lil.
Happy.
It's because they're growing here that makes you happy.
You're right. You know, if you leave them here, then they can make everyone happy.
You're the only one who's ever said that. You must be a good person.
You must be a good person,
Well,
fella.
thank you.
What's your name? I'm Cook, and this is my little brother, Mac.
Cook and Mac. Gotcha. I'm Seth. Nice to meet you. Kime?
Kime, hey, snap out of it, buddy.
Kill him. Kill him now.
Now, right? Hey, you're giving me that look again.
They were blooming
What?
back then.
Back what?
Back then? Back when?
Ah, these must be the Morrigan horses.
Prisoners the Queen just released. Yes, this looks suspicious. What are you characters up to?
Hey, stay back! Watch out for the flowers! Please.
Flowers?
Hey, if you want to pick a fight, do it someplace else.
Hey, those are tender flora. You know, the ones that'll make you happy.
Oh, I've heard good things about them.
You're thinking about your girl, aren't you?
Yeah, if I bring her these flowers, getting her in the sack would be a snap. I am on the same wavelength with that guy. Hey, let me get some of that action.
Don't even go there, Jansen.
All right.
Hey! You can't have them!
What's with you, kid? Out of my way!
Cook, are you okay?
Well, looks like I'm gonna get arrested again.
Real mature there, picking on a kid. Uh-oh. Hey, fine.
Listen up, losers. The Numaran military has the right to seize anything that grows on Numaran soil, including those flowers.
It's just a bunch of flowers. It's silly to pick a fight over something so small.
And yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway.
What's with you? Out of the way, kid. It's no big deal. I'm just gonna take 2 or 3.
No,
What's with you, kid? I can't hear you.
I said no.
Whoa.
I still can't hear you. Oh, how cute. Hey, check out the tough guy.
I'm not moving.
Hey! Crap!
Okay.
What the hell's got him so worked up?
Hey, we could use this kid as the official flower guard. We've got quite a crew of strangers and brats here, eh?
Why don't all of you get lost? You're mucking up Numara.
Get your hands up here! You idiots are the ones who should get lost! Your breath is so bad, it wilts the flowers!
Cook?
Oh, not bad. I like that. Good choice of words. Very nice. Good. Loved it.
Hey, you little brat! That's not how you address a Numaran soldier. Just because you're a kid doesn't mean you can get away with stuff like that.
Anyway, different kinds of RPGs out there. Yeah, I've got it down to basically 3 kinds. JRPGs, Western RPGs, and action RPGs. There's enough variety within that idea to keep things going. Kind of interesting.
I wonder how long your chivalry will last.
Oh, it's a good thing I just upgraded. You know what they say? Go big or go home. Should be handy. Ooh. Do it, Jensen. Only you'd done it faster, Jensen. Well, I bought healing herbs for a reason. Use them. Alright. Well, in that case, swap it around.
Thanks.
I don't like that. Oh. Big damage. Don't like it. But
Okay.
so much more useful than the old medicines we were using. Yeah, see, Rush just doesn't seem like a nice ability.
Okay.
Oh, she's... Yeah.
That was close.
It's not in my nature to lose.
Ah, new skill. Well, this is probably going to cause trouble. Fuck 'em.
I knew they weren't ordinary travelers. We'll find out who you really are one of these days.
Ask your mom, she knows.
Yeah, we'll remember whatever we want, stupid. Wow, you guys are all so strong.
Well, we've been doing this for a while.
These guys haven't lived as long as they have for nothing, you know.
We want to thank you somehow. Right, Mac? How about we bring him home?
Home?
much, but we'd love it if you came to our house.
That sounds really fun. What's the plan, Kime?
Let's keep moving.
Oh, come on. It'll be fine to rest for just a little bit, won't it?
Yeah, Kime, what's a day or a week, month? Come on.
Please?
Well, that settles it.
Why are you in such a rush? You got nothing but time, Kime.
A blue door. The blue door leads to the ocean. Do a quick bit of healing just in case. Probably fine. Yeah, well, of course I'm gonna romance Morrigan. The only one that actually matters in later games. Kick the flag. Map says there's a path there, don't lie to me, game. Anyway. I think the real question as far as there is a path, yeah. See it, it's right there. Game won't let me go through it though. Yeah, the real question, though, is, like, who am I going to romance in Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition? Meryl. Yeah, I did that the first time, but like Isabella's not a bad choice. No, it's fine. You haven't overstepped or anything. The blue door. I mean, the only house here. Like Cassandra, I went with Josephine on my playthrough. It was great. My favourite thing about Inquisition was it was the first BioWare game I played where the romance didn't end when you had sex. Every other BioWare game is like, okay, get to sex, and then that's it, the romance subplot is done. Maybe you'll get some kind of mention of it in the ending. Inquisition, like, still had more going on. It was so much more interesting for that. Sword is weaker, you prick. Yeah, I'll give this one to, Seth. Yeah, Inquisition, writing-wise, is definitely one of my favourite definitely one of my favourite BioWare games. Yeah, they're both weaker. Which is crazy, because I only just bought this. I would have thought this being, like, a special requirement, giving the seeds up, would be better. Go back and give that other seed. Yeah, it was something I did like with Mass Effect when we get to Mass Effect 3. And, like, at that point, like, if you've romanced somebody in, like, 1 or 2, then, like, you've already had sex, so there's plot to go after that, and it's way more interesting because of that. Like, the romances in Mass Effect were definitely at their peak in Mass Effect 3. Really can't say it about Mass Effect 2, because, like, regardless of who you've romanced in the first game, doesn't matter, they're not going to rejoin the party, and you get, like, maybe one extra line of dialogue from them. Yeah. Like, I like Tali, she's great. She was my romance choice the first time round. Like, the build-up to that photo reveal, and the fact that people found the photo was a stock photo, like, immediately after release. Super disappointing. The weird thing, you broke it off with Miranda to go back with Ashley. Ninja, you monster. Why would you ever go back to Ashley? You know, Ninja, that sounds like Miranda was like, when everyone leaves, find me later, and she wasn't just saying it to you. She was saying it to you and Ashley. Alright. You have an ad coming up, but I do want to kind of just end stream here. Where's the save point? We're going back to the save point. Little bastards.
Hey, Mom!
Sing the ad.
Mom, we're home. Mom, we brought some guests.
Is she sick?
Probably.
Looks like it.
Good afternoon.
Hey there.
These people are from Ura. They protected the Tundra Flora from these stupid soldiers, didn't they?
The flowers.
Mom? What's wrong?
Mom? The flowers. They've let me see you one more time.
I do not like the way this game handles tears. Oh, so she does look like Kime. And it's not just, like, weird reuse of similar hair and face.
They brought us together.
Oh, Father.
Father?
What?
Father?
Liram, is that you?
Father.
Yeah, it's weird, like, oh fuck, it's Gongora. Gongora's immortal?
Liram!
Liram.
Thanks, Ninja.
Survived.
Kime, your memories.
Oh, it's fine.
What is it? Why are you looking at me?
Gongora. Gongora was there.
Explains how Gongora is like the best, like the most knowledgeable about magic in Aura, if he's also immortal.
I've missed you so much.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you myself.
Is Mom?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since. Sarah. I have to find her. She doesn't even know you're alive.
I don't have much time. Cook. Mac. Come here. Listen, both of you. Kime here is my father. I know he looks very young, but he is your grandfather. The one I've told you so much about. Your dear, dear treasures. I've been able to hold on this long because you've been here. Father, take care of them, please.
Of course.
Father, there's something I've always wanted to tell you.
I know, Lirum. I know. Lirum!
Mom! Mom!
I'm glad. So very glad. I could see you once more.
Mom!
Lirum! No, don't go. I'll bring Sarah here, I swear. Hang on, Lirum.
Mom! Mom! Mom, no! No! Mom! Wake up!
Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Sudden change to playing as the prince. Alright, well, I guess we're playing the game for a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm really surprised there's been a payoff for the Lirum stuff. Because the way the game started, that I was expecting that to be a lingering thread throughout more of the game. Panda redeemed the. But the fact that it's been resolved so early, really surprised about.
Father, if only I had a fraction of your strength. There was still so much I needed to learn from you. I depended on your guidance even when you scolded me for my weakness. Father! What is this?
Oh, that's what Gongora summoned. Oh, a lot of HP. Well. Do it again. Do it again. So Gongora's gone up, I guess, from like probable bad guy to potential main villain, I think, at this point.
Little by little, step by step.
Chairman, you fought rather well. I'd expect nothing less of you. You were watching.
Yeah, I expect there'll probably be someone above him.
Well, I didn't expect a frail puppet like that to best someone of your blood. I sent it simply to test you. Huh? Do you understand what I'm saying?
What? That puppet was one of your pawns? Why would you do something like that to me?
But you never know.
Because I do not wish to see the throne restored.
The throne restored? Wait, was the poison soup your doing? Chairman, answer me!
I cannot trust Numara to the hands of an incompetent ruler!
Is that why you tried to kill me?
As long as a member of the royal family exists, dissidents will try to restore the monarchy. The royal bloodline must be extinguished.
I don't think this is actually
Just
the
by
chairman.
being alive, you give those dissidents hope.
Mostly because we saw Gongora summon the Mud Puppet.
But I do not wish to have the monarchy restored, Chairman. There is no reason to kill me.
I will not stand for incompetence. There is only one way to atone. You must die now.
Chairman, this is madness.
If you are made king, Ura will fall.
I see no other way than to fight. Forgive me, Chairman.
Our people want a republic.
What have I done?
What happened?
Gongora!
Gongora, conveniently you're here right now when you're supposed to be under house arrest.
I am too late.
He's dead? I had no choice. The chairman was trying to kill me.
I know. I know everything. All right, let's deal with this calmly, Your Majesty. Please, don't panic. Roxanne visited my manor earlier tonight. He spoke enthusiastically of his plans to prevent the restoration of the throne.
Really? Why would he
Establish
speak like
his own
that to you?
influence and such. To achieve those ends, he said the first thing that had to be done was to ensure Your Highness's death. I sensed peril, and although I am under house arrest, I escaped my incarceration and came as soon as I could. But I was still too late. I
Motherfucker.
never have expected the chairman to try to kill you, even as deluded as he was.
Gongora.
Chairman Roxian died in an accident.
You always come when I'm in danger. You are the only one I can rely upon.
Your Majesty, I believe your late father watches over you and sent me to your aid.
Doesn't that directly contradict what you just said?
Let us go now. I will handle everything. Your Highness will not be suspected.
There you go. The fuck did that sneak in? How would you go to a corner?
Drink this. It will calm you a bit.
Right. Oh. What should I do?
You should have drank that.
I've
Should
killed,
do.
I've killed a man.
Perhaps your memory is a bit muddled. It was an accident. Chairman Roxian passed away due to unfortunate circumstances.
But...
The chairman fell prey to a sudden illness. It was beyond the doctor's abilities to save him. Leave everything to me.
Well, that's not an accident, is
I
it?
will announce the chairman's sad demise to the people. No one else will be hurt. No one will question your highness's integrity, and the chairman's good name shall be preserved. Consider this. If our nation lost both the chairman and your highness, it would plunge into chaos. If that were to happen, Gotza would undoubtedly take advantage of our weakness and invade.
Yes, Gotza would.
Remember, they have plotted against Kent and wore down Ura during the recent war. If Ura were to falter now, it would be an invitation for Gotza to invade.
What should I do?
There is only one thing your highness must do, and that is to protect Ura.
Me?
Yes, your highness. Like your father, you must lead your people with confidence and conviction. It is your solemn duty to overcome the incident that occurred today.
That is true. It is my duty. Gongora, will you stand by me?
Always, your highness.
If it weren't for you, Gongora, I don't know what I would do.
You sell yourself short. You are an able administrator, and you will one day be a fine king. Now then, today you must rest. Beginning tomorrow, you will be a very busy king. Kaim Argonar, from this day forward, you are my servant. Give me a sign of your fealty.
Do I inherit the house then?
I think I'm gonna be sick. If Gongora wiped out our memories, he must be up to something.
So he took our memories, instead of taking our lives. By taking away what was most precious to us, he destroyed our hearts and reduced us to empty shells. If he's willing to go that far, what he's after must be this world.
The world itself.
Yes.
Ridiculous. Me, you, Gongora. I remember two others. One of them is Sarah.
The other one is Ming, the 1,000-year-old queen who founded Numara.
Does she remember?
I don't know. When we were released, we only got a glimpse of her face.
I'm going to look for Sarah.
Any ideas where to start?
In my memories.
That is true. The way you feel about people is different from memories. Feelings of love become a huge sense of loss when your memories are sealed. Those you've loved remain in your heart. You'll be able to meet her again, I'm sure.
I've stumbled upon my daughter's death twice now. The first time she died, my heart was filled with despair. The second time she died, though, it wasn't despair that filled my heart. It was hope. If he won't die, I'll bury Gongora in so much pain he'll wish he was dead. We have all the time in the world. That's the hope that I live for. Liram helped me to live again. Ah, they all lived happily ever after.
Kai, if the send-off tomorrow is too hard for you to bear...
No, I'll see Liram off. It's my duty as her father.
Yeah, and there's still the question of whether or not we'll being able to trust Jansen.
Good morning. You must be Miss Lyram's father. Miss Seth contacted me. I'm here to assist in sending Miss Lyram off.
Where's Mom going?
She will return to Mother Ocean, who brought us to this land long ago. Even though her body goes to the sea, you will still have your spiritual bond with her.
Spiritual bonds?
Yes, your souls as mother and son will always be connected. Even though the body may have gone, these bonds are eternal. I'll need the family's assistance to give Miss Lyram a proper farewell.
What should we do?
It's nothing difficult. We'll need flowers to adorn Miss Lyram and torches to light the send-off flame.
I understand. I'll get lots of flowers, so Mom will look extra pretty.
Then, if you would take care of the torches, please.
You all right?
Yeah, but I want to do something too.
Certainly. I'll have you help me later. Well then, the first thing is to gather the flowers, please.
Oh, I'm a little girl. She's level 15. Damn, look how fast she runs. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. I mean, I can count. You don't need to have this box pop up every time I get a flower. If you're concerned that I can't count, just have like a number appear at the top left or something. Six. Seven. 8. And Damn. Can't stick around, have to keep moving on. Find out, let's keep on moving ahead. No time for guessing, follow my plan. Trust in me, what you take now. Set you free, follow me, set me free. Trust me, we'll escape from the city.
All right, Mr. Kime, please gather the branches for the torch.
Wow, this feels like Pat. One out of 10. 2 out of 10. This really takes the wind out of the sails. But, oh yeah, run around and get 10 of these. We're going to stop you every time you pick one up to remind you how many you've got. Now do it again with something else. Like, seems kind of redundant, doesn't it? But it does. I do it anyway. I guess so. Yeah, I can definitely feel that. Definitely makes it feel more like a author-driven passion project than like because you'd expect something more group-focused to be like, maybe we don't need to do this twice. This game's 4 discs already. Maybe we don't need to do this twice. Yep. The Xbox 360 is old. This game is now officially retro. Also kind of surprising they don't just immediately warp you back to Funeral Director.
Everything is prepared for Miss Lyram's send-off. Let us begin. Everyone is waiting to give Miss Lyram a final farewell.
Alright.
I don't see Mac around.
He said he had someplace to go and then he ran off.
Are you worried?
Mac has a lot of guts. He'll be fine.
I'm your grandfather. You can call me Grandpa.
Even though you're younger than Mom?
Yeah.
I'll stick with Kime. Saying Grandpa just doesn't feel right.
They call me Grandpa Kime. Big Papa Kime.
Whoa. Look at that, Seth. Kime's actually being nice.
Fuck up, Jensen.
Well, he is a grandfather with his grandchild.
Wow. I guess getting grandchildren can really change a guy.
I don't think it's quite like that.
I think I've got a pretty good guess where Mac went.
Where?
To get those flowers.
I see.
See, for us, we figured that as long as those flowers were blooming, Mom would stay healthy.
So you protected them?
Yeah. Mac and I, we both knew that Mom wasn't well. We wanted to stay together, even if it was just for a little longer. So we would pray to those flowers every day. Cook! The flowers.
I thought I could show them to Mom. But they've already wilted.
Those flowers. Wasn't it important to let them keep blooming naturally? Didn't your mother also say that? Well, wilting is something natural too.
I thought they would cheer her up. I never let anyone step on them.
You dummy. Did you think this would make Mom happy?
But these are Mom's favorite flowers.
And they were also there when I parted ways with Miriam's mother. Your grandmother.
Huh?
I think it is armor, it's just weirdly designed armor.
The fact that your mother treasured these flowers was probably tied to memories of those times. I'm sure your mother would understand your feelings. And I can understand them too. You're a good person, Mac.
You're nice too, Kyle.
I am?
Yep. I thought that about you just now.
Is that so? Go show them to Lyra, Mac.
Mom.
I'm a little emotional about things like this, I guess.
Well, I don't handle these things too well either.
Mr. Kime, take hold of the ribbons, please. These ribbons are the only thing that tie us, the living, to Miss Lyra, the deceased. Miss Lyra must now begin her new journey. Our final duty is to sever our ties with her in the form of these ribbons. Please watch Mac. He shall give us the courage to sever these ties. That is his role. You shall cut your ties with Miss Lyra, while your undying love for her remains in your hearts.
You said that even if we have to cut our ties, we still have our spiritual bonds, right?
Yes, those bonds are eternal. Now, let us send Miss Lyra off. Many ribbons from Miss Lyra have been passed to her father. When all of them have been severed, Miss Lyra shall begin her journey out into Mother Ocean. Mac, with the lit torch you carry, trace the movements of the wands the attendees are waving. Those movements will convey the attendees' wishes and parting words to your mother. If you perform a move incorrectly, the attendees' good wishes will not be conveyed. If that happens, try again to match the movements of the attendees.
I like the sound of this.
When you correctly trace the movements with your flame, the attendees' torches will light up. Then the attendees will sever the ribbons with their flames to represent their own connections and to make their unseen bonds eternal. When all of the ribbons are severed, Miss Lyra will start her journey. Are you ready, Mac? It is time, everyone. Let us sever our physical ties with Miss Lyra.
How bad's this gonna be? I feel like making a funeral into a gimmick minigame like this kind of robs the whole scene of its emotional weight. Okay, so it's you press one of the face buttons to move it in a specific direction, and then you use the analog stick to adjust the position if the person is not meeting your default direction. Which feels unnecessary. It's a weird choice. Look how far away this woman's putting her to. So I have to move to touch her. It's like... Bitch, this is my mother. You make the effort. I'm surprised that we just send the boat out. Expecting we'd light it on fire.
Mac, I thought you would have cried more. Me too.
Yeah.
You know, you haven't
Like,
cried since the funeral
wherever the
began.
boat ends up,
It's so
the whole
strange.
thing feels like it will be less respectful than if we just sent the boat out burning.
You seem so calm. Kayum,
Was your mother happy?
she was happy. She had lots of friends, and Dad was a really great person. Even the Queen cared about her and helped her out a lot. I'm sure she must have been happy.
She always missed you, Kime. And Grandma.
You don't cry anymore, do you, Kayum?
You're strong, Kime. I heard from Mom that you are immortal and invincible. It's amazing. Dying. It's really great.
Not necessarily.
Why not?
It means I see so many people that I care for pass on, like your mother.
You've seen it a lot.
Yeah, enough to lose count.
That's why you got so strong.
But it must hurt.
It does.
I want to grow up to be strong like you, Kime. Even if it hurts. Even if it's tough. I won't cry. I'm gonna be strong.
Right.
Look! Check it out!
Coming back to life.
I just knew it! I just knew Mom heard our wish!
Do you still believe stuff like that?
Don't you think Mom would have done this? It's gotta be because of her the flowers are better. Mom is close, and she hears what we say. It must mean she's with us, Cook.
That's impossible.
Hey, Kai, can't you get your memory back instantly? I mean, that would save a lot of time.
Oh, you are so stupid, Jensen. Are you for real?
You don't understand. I care too.
You don't say. What's wrong?
Look at this. Mac went out again, and here, read it.
I'm going to meet Mom in the Crimson Forest. I want to show her these flowers.
Crimson Forest.
Well, that's a stupid idea.
Kids.
It's supposed to be a place where you go to meet the souls of the dead. But the Queen has forbidden anyone to go in there.
Oh, but he went anyway, huh? That little...
I'm gonna go look for him.
Wait, Cook. Wait. It's too dangerous. I'll go with you.
We'll go too.
What? We? No. Are you saying we? As in me?
Yeah, I did.
Look it. You know, the Queen says don't go in the forest. I think she's very wise. I don't think we should go to the forest.
I think he asked for your opinion, Jensen.
Would you quit whining?
No. Save me, oh my Queen!
Shut up and get moving.
Oh, hey.
Let's go.
Man, I am so not rested. Gee whiz, another hike. Oh boy.
Alright, let's get the kid as a party member. Look at that. 4 party members. Poison ring. Human, so she doesn't learn anything. Feels like a reasonable idea. She can use magic, level 1, level 2. She's a healer. White magic only. And that shows space for a 5th party member. Means this is a game with a 5 party member system. Nice. Best regards, somebody. This brings up the point, like, no wonder combat's been a little bit rough. When the intended experience is a 5-man. Let's go. Get to the forest and we'll save. Damn it. Rolling farmland spreads out before him. Time harvests vegetables, wielding his hoe with deep concentration. Sky on this autumn evening is a deep crimson. Maybe we should call it a day, says the heavy-set woman who owns the farm. Drops an armload of vegetables into the basket. Time nods and wipes the sweat from his brow. You're a tremendous help, says the woman. Look how much we've done. Time responds to her praise with a slight nod. Still can't remember where you came from? She asks. Afraid not. Well, the way you work, she says with an easy laugh, I don't care if you're from the moon. Seriously, Kime, what will you do when the harvest ends? Don't know yet. Haven't made up my mind. There's plenty of work to do here in the winter, she says. It'd be fine with me if you wanted to stay on a while longer. Thank you, said Kime. She herself is a hard worker and a warm human being. This is not a life that allows for luxuries, but going out to the fields at dawn every day and ending work as the sun goes down softens the heart even as it toughens. As they prepare to leave the field, a small bell begins to ring. The hour is still somewhat early for the church's evening bell. Kime glances down the road at the base of the hill. The funeral procession advances slowly along the road. Mourners surrounding a horse but cart bearing a coffin. The woman sets her hoe on the ground, removes her headscarf, and puts her hands together. Kime scans the hills to find all the other workers on the surrounding farmers doing the same thing, clasping their hands, bowing their heads, their eyes in the direction of the passing funeral. Kime follows their example. The old man leading the funeral procession swings the little bell, singing echoes among the hills. Mourners pass in The women in black veils, the men in black coats, heads back. Children in the rear elbow each other playfully, aware of the meat. The funeral has passed. The woman raises her head and blinks her moistened eyes. One who passed away is going home, she says. Home? Time asks, somewhat startled. Home. Soil, to the sky, to the sea. Like all living things. Time nods in silent recognition. How many deaths has he seen in this endlessly long life of his? All those people leave this world of ours, never see them again. In that sense, death is an infinite, sad event. If, however, we think that dying they go back to their homes somewhere, certain comfort and even joy comes to mingle with the sadness. Time, never grow old or die, never go home. The woman scoops up a handful of earth and says with deep, many lives have become part of this soil. Lives of tiny living things we can't see. Lives of withered grass. Think about it that way, our vegetables are made for us by the lives of many. See. Ask you a favour, Kime? Of course. If I should die while you're working it, scatter some of my ashes on this field for me. A handful would do. Kime is at a loss for words. Forces a smile. Husband dead, children on their own, the woman lives by herself on the farm. Kime knows that if he goes on working here, like it or not, he will eventually have to watch over the woman's deathbed, even if she were to die 100, 200 years from now. Church bell rings, signalling the end of the workday. The woman clasps her hands before her as she did when the funeral passed. I've been allowed to come safely through one more day. For this I give my heartfelt thanks. May tomorrow be another healthy day for me. Her voice in prayer resounds forcefully in Kime's breast. Happens every time he hears the church music. Conviction overtakes him that he does not belong here. He says softly to the woman that the last chime resounds. Yes? Wouldn't you say the people give thanks for each safe day and pray for good fortune in the day to come because they know their lives will end? What? Strong, Kime. I believe in the village when the harvest is over. Why, all of a sudden? What happened? I have no right to live here, he said. Ignoring her stupefaction, Kime lifts the vegetable basket in both arms. Takes another good long look at the setting sun. Where will you go, Kime, if you leave here? Don't know. Somewhere. Are you just going to keep wandering like this? Don't have any place to go home to, says Kime. Placing the basket onto his shoulder, he starts down the hill. His back glows red in the... I was expecting these to come along at a much lighter pace, but like, considering that we counted them and there's only 31, I expect these will be finished, like, long before the game ends. Anyway. Skills. Yeah, just check the skills. Casting support. Reduces spellcasting time for one party member. Boosts HP restoration. Yeah, you know what? Want that. We're still learning level 3. Did we get any? How far are we with that? 7. Right. Definitely want to learn some of that stuff. Oh, fuck.
You know war's a thankless job. Apparently not. Damn, they must be planning to invade Ura.
Yeah, let him have the one. Go to the inn first. Because after all that, we weren't healed with. Would have been less screens and quicker to just the port and going through the town entrance. Yeah, well. And I ran. And so far away. Oh, let's check. What one do we have? Check here, see if they have a weapon for Hook. Like, if we can start her off with a better weapon, then that's already a bonus. Hello. What kind of weapons do you have for children? Nothing. Disgusting. Turn my back on you, sir. This is a staff, same as Jansen, but the one she's got is equal to the one we buy her. Alright, let's go. Hopefully Mac will be alright while we spend the night at the inn. The fuck is that? Is it a GameCube? No, he already said some music. Oh, I hope this music minigame is better than the one that was in Rebirth. Probably the one you just gave me. No, because you've explained nothing about how to fucking do it. CEGC. You'll figure it out, will I? CE Musical note. CEGC. Yeah, there you go. Fortunately, I'd figured it out on my own without noticing that they said C, D, E, F, G, H. So I'm smart, but I'm also dumb. It's okay. Is it a peanut? Yeah, it's better than a peanut. What is that, level 3 magic? Yep, there it is. Perfect. Ninja, we both know I've said some really dumb shit over the course of the time I've spent streaming. Oh no, my controller's dying just as I'm about to end the game. I've said some really stupid shit. Okay, I still love you. I mean, these batteries aren't charged. No, I've been in love with somebody who was only in love with the ice. I wouldn't do that to someone. Nope. Have a quote. What is one of the stupid? One of the old stupid.
Wow, it really is crimson.
We know, we were here before.
Well, I overheard in town that there's a reason this forest has been crimson for years.
Cook wasn't wearing that outfit when we first met her, was she? Because, like, now she's dressed like Nobunaga Oda.
Isn't it just the color of autumn leaves? Although, it is incredibly intense.
The reason the queen forbade entry was because the Crimson Forest is cursed, stained with blood. It's also called the Forest of Sorrow.
What? Blood?
Oh, don't be a wimp.
It was 500 years ago, wasn't it?
Huh?
Oh, that. Huh.
What? Tell me.
500 years ago, a country to the east invaded Numara.
They're all dead now.
This forest is now crimson, the color of the blood from those who fell in that battle. Who knows how many thousands of forgotten soldiers lie beneath the soil, staining this forest red for eternity.
What do you reckon the chances are the boss of this area is going to be a ghost? Anyway, save point. I've said some wonderful things. It's some wonderful games that I didn't expect to be as good as they were, like Haunted Castle Revisited, which was honestly a lot of fun. Well, we've gained a new party member, which is awesome. Super happy about that. And she's a dedicated healer, which is also great. With new spells, like new skills for us to learn, which are great for healing. Well, this is where we're going to have to call it. I did want to call it, like, almost. And we've not been able to get to a save point since then. This game is not great. Or the idea of, like, I'm going to call this soon. Also, we need to watch out for the ads. Because it's like, oh yeah, no, the next save point, hour and a half. I remember that yesterday. Went like almost an hour and a half before we found a save point. We weren't even ending a stream at that point. It was just an hour and a half between save points. Crazy. Yeah, this is enjoyable. I'm glad we're getting into the story. Yeah, it's insane. Like, it's not the worst I've seen. But to be fair, the worst I've seen was Endgame. So, like, you expect roughness at that point. Final Fantasy 3. Like, you play Final Fantasy 3 and, like, here's a fun thing. Final Dungeon, the Crystal Tower. The last save point, outside the Crystal Tower. And then you go through the Crystal Tower, and then the World of Darkness. And Final Fantasy 3 is not an easy game to begin with. There are no save points at all in the final dungeon. Bear in mind, the final dungeon is 2 dungeons. But again, that's endgame, so it takes a lot more. Teak did it when he streamed Final Fantasy 3. I wonder if he used save states though. He might have done. It's not unreasonable. Anyway, yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I thank everyone for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody for chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Panda, Clem, Ninja, Teak, and Ezekiel. So much for joining us, keeping us company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. To use save states in the final dungeon of Final Fantasy 3. Depending how I feel, we might be back on Friday with more of this. But if we're not, then it'll be Sunday with the Superhero Sunday stream where I'm playing a DC game. I'm undecided on what it is yet. Currently, I'm tossing up the idea of either Justice League Heroes or This Gods Among Us. But yeah. Pretty sure you all know. 10 to over level. Over level for Final Fantasy 3. That's the question. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Teak's going to be going live soon enough. Wednesday game. He currently... What is it? It's either Orcs Must Die 2 or Psychonauts you're playing. One of the two. Check out Seek's cool people. Has fancy overlays. Look very nice. Visually, his stream is a very nice experience. And occasionally, Seek will talk to his chat. What else is Seek doing at the minute? But mostly me. Seek's currently playing through the Super Mario series on Fridays. He's going to be playing through Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic on Saturdays, I believe. And he's doing Final Fantasy XI on Tuesdays. Wild. The Year of Our Lord 2026, and somebody has decided, you know what, I'll start Final Fantasy XI. Oh, I thought you'd finished Suikoden. Well, then he's doing the end of Suikoden 2 on Saturdays. I'll make sure the current voting holds, Teak. I went through your list, and like there were things I could have made you play that you would not have appreciated, but I chose KOTOR, and I'll make sure it stays KOTOR. Yeah, just keep voting for KOTOR, it's fine. I don't think anybody's going to disagree. It's not like Flame's going to come in and say, hey, not KOTOR. You know what Flame's like. Oh, Flame was also here, I forgot. Flame was here. Thank you, Flame. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Let's have one more sound alert. I think at some point I'm going to take a break from Super O Sunday to just do Metal Gear Rising. Because I wanted to do it. Can't stop me. And one more quote for the road. Tiger is not wearing any pants. But yeah. The Year of RPGs continues. Following this, I'm not sure which one we'll be doing. Like, I've got the list. I said everything that was on the list during the Christmas stream, which I purposely did not save as a VOD. So nobody can go back and find it out. If you weren't there listening, you don't know everything that's on there. But I've said some of the stuff that's on there anyway. East 1 and 2, Golden Sun, Dragon Age, Origins, Dragon 8. What's going to come after this? I don't know. The only set game timeline was that I was going to start this year with Lost Odyssey. We'll see what I feel like after this is done. Possibly something like not a JRPG to break it up, because we've gone from Final Fantasy X to this, and neither of them are short games. So possibly either action RPG or a Western RPG. We'll see. Am I going to do Dragon Age after this? Maybe. Maybe I should have it, like, as a vote. Or I should put it on the wheel. We should bring the wheel back. Wheel of Pain. The Wheel of Pain. Anyway, that's going to do it for us for today. The Wheel of Pain. I do already have a wheel of RPGs that cover, that cover just like all the RPGs I'm willing to do on stream. Like the Wheel of Good RPGs or the Wheel of Pain. I also, last night when I was talking with Chance, said a thing that I need to remember to do. Like at the end of every game we do this year, because we're only doing RPG, I need to remember to consider whether or not it's as good as Skies of Arcadia. We get to the end of this. Was it as good as Skies of Arcadia, though? Did I enjoy it? But was it as good as Skies of Arcadia? I need to remember to do that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Good to see you for the first time of 2026, Ninja. I hope we see you again before the end of the year. You will. Been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Did Ninja get his workout in? That's the question. And was it as good as Skies of Arcadia? Wasn't as good as Skies of Arcadia. Fucking love Skies of Arcadia. It's a good game. Oh, was it as good as Skies of Arcadia? No. No. Oh, but yeah, that's pretty much it. We're basically just rambling at this point. One more sound alert. I think Mortal Kombat's another one of those series that was like, should I do that with Teak? But I think that idea started out before Teak streamed on Sundays. But once I stream Mortal Kombat 9, I will never have to play Mortal Kombat 9. And that'll be good. Be a good thing. Because that final Shao Kahn fight is bullshit. I've done it like fucking times and I hate it every time. Anyway. There's not really anything else to say now, except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.